Good day and good evening, and welcome to the Extreme Countdown with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. The way this works is I bring 7 friends among you guys in, and we do at least one specific extreme. If we're really fast, we might do 2. And the way we do it is we start with 8 players synced, so no minimum item level, no silenced echo or anything like that. But we do it synced, which is what you would see if you queued for the duty normally, or if you, I don't know, queued mental roulette and that's where you ended up. So this is like a roundabout way to see how much does it actually take to do something like Bismarck Extreme, which is what we'll be starting with. Now, the way we do it is we start with 8 players, which means sort of normally, and once we beat it, 1 person steps out. And then we do it with 7, and 1 person steps out, and we do it with 6, and so on and so forth, until we can't do it anymore. Like, we keep going until we can't do it. We've had cases where it turned out what made a fight possible was, oh, well, you need like 20% echo or something. Then you can do it with 3 players and things like that. And that's just how it is sometimes. That's still interesting information, because that also means that if you did this duty or wanted to complete it, you would be able to do it properly with that many players. The way we also usually do this is, in regards to tanks and healers, we usually have the amount that we have to bring. Like, if some sort of mechanic requires an extra healer or an extra tank beyond 1, then we bring that. Which means that I think the only boss we healed with 2 players so far, like in extremes, was Leviathan, because it has this stacking debuff that will require that, like, the healers sometimes alternate healing the tank, but you only need 1 tank. Which also means for Bismarck, we need 2 tanks. We need 2 tanks, because there's an ad phase with 2 serpents that need to be kept apart. But I don't know if we need 2 healers, so it would be slightly beneficial if Gazel went DPS. That works. There's also specifically in this level range a massive advantage in warriors, but I don't think we need to have 2 warriors, but that's just a note that I wanted to mention, which of course is pretty convenient that we have Milo as a warrior. With that said, hey FFXIV, hey Gazel, hey Giraheen, hey Rust, hey Ceres, hey Genmonica, hey Amelia, hey Kazaragoon, hey Taldemar, hey Ham, hey Rajin, and hey Tristan and Aradil. I hope you're all doing very well. We already have a group of 8. It might be helpful if I went over some of the, like, just an overview of the mechanics of the fight. The first thing is that if Bismarck starts shaking while you're on him, on normal or hard, he shoves you back on the island. On extreme, he throws you into the stratosphere, so you have to jump off in time. Don't get too greedy. While you're on his back, you get a debuff that stacks, that increases, I believe, the damage you take while on him, or something like that. So you don't want to be on him for too long. And you preferably also want to make sure that the stacks that we may have are gone before we use the harpoons to bring him in again. I'm not entirely sure how that all works out, but what I do know is, according to the guide that I found, which is clearly from Heaven's Ward, we might not be able to kill the ads before, like, the ads after the serpents, before we can bring him in again. So, like, there will be some strategy stuff there to keep in mind, but I think that'll be more likely when you go down in player count. And yeah, also that, as Ham says, there's a chance that Chloe will ask you to do specifically this duty. So you might get a free book filling, or the people in the group anyway. I'm glad to hear that, Rajin. I hope you will learn something. Also, hey, Kylan and Zaf, hope you're doing well. Thank you. There's also the part that in the phase with the 2 serpents, they will put a debuff on everyone, or rather, each will put a debuff on 4 players. And let's just say if you have the blue debuff, you have to attack the green guy, and you have the green debuff, you have to attack the blue guy. And supposedly they can flip them during the fight, which means that there might be need for a tank switch. So that's something to keep in mind. Don't just mindlessly attack. I talked about this in the Sage mentor roulettes, I believe. Make sure to look at what you're attacking and see that it doesn't do 0. But I think we could try it. If anyone's curious why I'm specifically on Astrologian, I'm reasonably confident that Astrologian is still the strongest solo healer at level 60. Like, if you only have one healer, then I think Astrologian is still slightly ahead of White Mage. I think. I don't know. We might try some different stuff if it's really bad. But it hasn't exactly gotten weaker since Endwalker. Both Sage and Skull are also really solid. The question is whether White Mage is good, mainly. Hey Philip, hope you're doing well. You forgot? Well, if you're not ready, you just click no. Thank you, Savic Faye. Yeah, the reason I say I'm not sure is because White Mage does get some decent MP management in Lilies. The question is how much help that is when it's single target. And then they get Asylum and Tetra. But those are like... Celestial Opposition is like kinda comparable to Asylum in power. And you already had Essential Dignity. So, like, the things White Mage gets is more like things that it's behind. Like, it should already have this, it just doesn't. Right then. Is there anything? Like, if anyone has any questions before we hop right into it, then... Right? Tanks, you choose whether you want to do a pull time or you just want to go for it. Yeah, also that, Gazel, but I actually think Astrologian has better MP management than White Mage in this level range. There's also the cheaper healing spells. Look at you with that inventory not filled with random junk. Yeah, I have random junk. I have this burger that I think Sip gave me. White Mage has 300 MP filler. That's true. I think the MP difference between the healing spells is more impactful. Whoops. I will probably try and hold my burstiness for when we can fight Bismarck. Eat the burger. Well, I already ate eggplant. Dragon killers. Yee. Oh. Well, that was easy. Right. Make sure to check your debuffs once they hand them out. Whoa! Right. Frontal cone AoE. I think you may have the... Are you tanking the right things? Blarg! Ow. The slightly larger guy is, from what I could tell, is slightly more dangerous. Uh-oh. But I think we're good on the damage. I'm pretty sure we have to get... I'm not actually sure. Where's the yellowy? I think this is a knockback. Oh! Oh! I'm like an inch too far. Right. Dragon killers. Oh, that was that's pretty good. Oh, look, a mount. Nice. Anyone need the mount? Funny that the ad's frontal cleave actually hits harder than Bismarck. Yep. I think I saw someone in the party chat said that they really wanted to step out first. Right, so I wasn't entirely sure. There are 3 different weathers, and the yellow weather, which was what we saw, is knockback from the middle, then donut AoE with the save spot in the middle. But I wasn't entirely sure because the notes described it as dark but slightly yellow, and honestly, that was extremely yellow, right? I don't feel like that counts as slightly yellow. I mean, it's not that different from the normal version, which is not a bad thing. Yeah, the different colors we have, I believe it's if it's yellow, then it'll knock back and then a donut. If it's purple, then there's going to be 3 lightning AoEs, like spread markers. But you want to stand near a vapor bubble, I believe. And if it's neither of those, then it means there's going to be a water AoE in the middle or something, and you should kill the vapor bubbles. So like there's a lot of do this or this, but you have to know which one in time. Simpson weather. And thank you, Rust, for joining up. Just a note, I announced it was going to be Bismarck before I picked up my Wondrous Tales because it's on the schedule. It's just wildly convenient. I've also had close calls on the normal versions of because people suddenly like decided to hang out close for the lightning. Pretty funny. Oh yeah, we don't have any melee. Ah well, we'll cover that next try. I think we were pretty fine on time, so that's why I wasn't really worried, but that's a good point. We should probably not have double mage, double ranged, if we can help it. I don't know if the pull time is needed either, but now we have it. Oof! Hey cat, hope you're doing well. Could be useful for the dancer. I don't know. I don't think there's actually enough time beforehand for the dancer to be able to like set up preemptively. Oh, this is going to be weird. One of them will only be 3 people on. Remember to check your buffs. It does look like the one that there's 4 people on is the one that I'm in, like the stack that I'm in. So it's not all bad. Uh-oh, why are you taking so much damage? Does that not do damage? Why does that not do damage? Hey Bronto, hope you're doing well. It looks like it's the knockback one again. Uh-oh. Remember, it'll be a donut afterwards. You can immune the knockback. Very good point. Has the round been so far? Well, we've only beaten it once. This is a 7-man try. Seems to be going pretty nice. We even have a like an unbalanced composition, and it's going pretty fine. This time, yeah, Bismarck outlasted my light speed. No mount. As a prediction for the challenge? I don't know. I really don't know. We lost 2 players. Who do I re-invite? Do you have these mounts in this account? I do. We also had a mount drop on the last one. I was just announcing whether there was a mount. We're probably fine. Especially because, like, if we clear again, we'd have to go down to 2 DPS anyway. So, I think it's fine that we just continue like this. Instead of going, one of you have to be melee. But yeah, I don't know how far down we can get it. I feel like Bismarck is one of those where it's a pretty sudden, oh, now you don't have the damage. And it goes from, oh, you can totally do it, to, nope, now you can't anymore. Because of the strictness of it. And how there's multiple moving parts on the way down. Yeah, thank you, Ardell. That is true. It does seem to help to like the streams while they're live. I don't know how it works with the algorithm, but it does help. So thank you so much for the support. You need to kill the orb before it kicks you off? I mean, if we haven't killed the orb before he starts shaking, we have to choose to hop off. Because if he shakes us off, he shoves us off into the stratosphere and then we die. So, we just have to make sure that that we hop off. Then I think we have another wave. Like, it'll, like, the fight will loop. But I don't know how many times the island can survive looping. Which is the bigger issue. I don't know if we have 2 or 3 tries on it. Ugh. Dun 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 dun. And yeah, exactly. Whatever prediction you may make, we need 2 tanks. Because there can be an imposed tank switch. And if you only have 1 tank, you can't really do that. So, like, at best, we'll probably be able, like... I think the most impressive we can make it will be healer and 2 tanks. Partly also because I... Oh, this is the thunder one? Ugh. Ugh. I think we're not supposed to kill it. Oh, he's using Thunderhead. Pretty sure that's a black mage thing. I should be using Combust. I think there's enough time here for that to be worth it. Nope. Remember, you have to jump yourself, Sep. The greed. The greed. I think we have enough integrity to go again. Ow. Zip, more like rip. I believe this is the one where we're supposed to kill the bubbles. Ugh. Ow. Deep draft? Dragon killers? Dragon killers. Ugh. Ugh. Looking at the integrity, it did, I think did like 40%. Yeah. I fell through him apparently. Nice. Picto tank. Say, Mr. Zelex, and leave. Hope you're doing well. Now we're down to 2 DPS. Hey Catch, hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, that was my experience as well. Not only did I just fall into the stratosphere, but then the screen was like, alright, black, black. Alright, now you can see, wait a minute, black again. And that's unfortunate. That is fortunately not how this works, FFXIV. The, although that would be really funny, wouldn't it? Well, the guy with the camera died, so... You just see me fall down, and then, like, the stream just ends. Like one of those, the video ends when X happens kind of deals. As being a black mage suddenly made the fight a lot harder. Yeah, that sounds about right. That also sounds about right, Catch. If you fell this far down, I'd probably leave a Kai-shaped hole. Did we even have LB1 at any point? I don't know. Oof. Meant to relate video, except it ends when you get under the armor. That would be kind of sad. Oh. That... I don't think that did more damage, did it? Did it? I don't know. Weird. It was starting to be very few players, so we might have to just send someone. Did it do more island damage? I could hardly tell the difference. Well, we'll see if that comes and bites us later. Yeah, and our first duty is under the armor, and then it just cuts. Or maybe it just keep calling it something else. Just keep calling it something completely different. Oh no, this isn't under the armor. This is over the t-shirt. Yes. The video ends when I get under the armor and I can't come up with a synonym. I think we're going to have a tank switch in a second, just so you know. Well, I'm still on the same one. That is pretty funny. Below the top hat. Beneath the covering. Oof. Diagonally to the flat cap. That's when it starts to get really weird. This is the thunder one? I believe this is the one where we don't have to kill the vapor bubbles or something. Dragon killers? Bachman's skeleton party. Nope. We have to do it. We have to do 2 waves anyway. No need to overgreed it and then die for it. Yeah, because we messed up the magic generator at the start. I'm not sure. It seems like it's somewhat random how much damage the smacks do. I was going to say we only had enough for 1 more wave, but it looks more like we have this and then 1 more wave. You think this is the one where we have to kill the bubbles? Ow. I think we have to kill the bubbles. Splash! All that still haven't wiped, so no echoes. Dragon killers? Ooh, that's a lot of damage. I guess we hopped on a little fast. Wow, that tick did a lot of damage. Also, we had Vuln, true. Below the defense. Under the umbrella. If I had... It would be insanely funny if one day I actually got, like, a mental roulette set where it is just, oops, all under the armor. Waters don't stand in the middle or you get Vuln. Yeah, I kinda knew that, but for some reason with this arena with... with such a close edge, I just don't feel super confident about that. And we're already down to 4. Also, I have forgotten to say that, but thank you very much to all of those that have participated so far. 30 duties all under the Buckman. If I actually had, like, here's the thing is that when I do the set, like the mental roulettes, there is some part of me that goes, there isn't enough for a video at this point. And 30 under the armors played at normal speed, 30 of them, from the duty commenced to the duty complete, takes under 30 seconds. So, like, if I actually just posted that, it would be a 15-minute video when nothing interesting happened. If you only get under the armor, it becomes under the mentor. Now that's the content I sub for. A video when nothing happens. It's just the clips of under the armor as is, but every time a clip starts, I just sigh audibly, but slightly more annoyed each time. It's just like the first one, under the armor. The second one. Third one. Get to like the 15th one, like... 30 is just high-pitched scream of despair. I remembered 1 second too late. And yeah, I see it now. It did like 34%. It... Might not actually be possible. And then we have a little bit of echo. They reckon changing the Mentor Crown to say a watering can would actually help with the commendation farm problem? No, because I think the players that are farming the commendations for that are doing it. Some part of them might be doing it unrelated to the crown itself. Like, some of them might legitimately be farming the Mentor status because they want to do Mentor roulettes. And then it doesn't matter whether it's a crown or a watering can or a hamburger. And there's also a mount for 3,000, that's also true. B is for commendation farming. check that your debuffs still work. There's a tank switch there, wow. Looking at the timers, it looks like there's like enough time for like 2 sets of those. I think. So we're probably fine on time. Ow. But see, that's what threw me off before. What? It's a ninja bird! It's a fat ninja bird! I never noticed that before. That's hilarious. Oh man, that's great. Dragon killers? It's Naruto. Believe it. Believe it. I don't know what we're going to do. I'm pretty sure we're supposed to just not use, like, get on Bismarck if the turbulence stack is still up, because like I don't know. We can try, like if he smacks it an extra time, like the next time we die. So we kind of just have to go for it and hope that I can heal us through it, I guess. Oh, right, that. Speaking of which, the whole healing us through it thing, yeah. Don't know if I'll survive that. Dragon killers? I see. Still did it. Yeah, I saw it as Melo just stood there like, well, I mean, just waited. We had LB. Well, I mean, the thing is, now we don't. But yeah, part of the problem with... I just want to take this a little moment. I think we'll be able to do this. I think we might be able to do it with 3, given that we could do it with 4, even though we messed up the magic, like the magic field generator. We might need a little bit of echo, but I think we can do it with 3, not with 2. But yeah, in regards to the mental roulette thing, or rather the mentor thing, I agree, the only way to get actually, like, proper good mentors is if we had, like, actual people deciding who's a mentor or not. Has any fight needed for so far? Great King Mugglemog, praise be his fluffiness, sort of required 4. We looked at it. There is a possibility that if you're really lucky with the way that the mechanics play out, that you might be able to do it with 3. We didn't try, though. Would 2 warriors be able to raw intuition their way through this together? I don't think so, because I've needed to heal Milo. Like, that's just like, period. I've had to heal Milo, therefore... I don't think so. But it might be more possible. You know, since I have not been using much kit, though. Fair. I still don't think it would be possible. Partly because we'd be missing, like, even more damage. And... the damage comes in big enough bursts that raw intuition and equilibrium might not do it. But the only way you can make sure that the mentor's actually good is if they're decided by humans, but even then, it might be biased. Like, hypothetically, you could have a GM going, well, in my opinion, a mentor has to have completed the most recent Savage Raid tier. And then a different GM is like, no, that's not necessary. You just need to be good at helping people. And then you have, like, this weird split. But in regards to the mentor roulette stuff, it's a weird beast because it's a combination of a roulette where mentors are put in the position to help. Like, people get their duties done that they need to get done. But it also doubles as a system to make sure that duties get done. Like, it makes sure that queues finish, that there is a chance that a replacement will join, and things like that. A chance. But it is a complicated thing. There's just a little note. I think Gazel was complaining about people AFKing in frontline. Trying to find it. You choose. I'm pretty sure refusing to participate in the completion of an instance counts for 1. It's also what goes under unsportsmanlike behavior, which, when Crystalline Conflict initially released, it took like a week, and then they had to post a little blurb about that going, no, you can't teabag the other players. No, you can't throw fireworks at their corpses. That's not very sportsmanlike, and you can be punished if you get reported for it. And I sit there like, fireworks? Yeah, you can report someone in PvP for not participating in completing the duty. I'll try extremely hard to remember to actually click the button here in the middle, the magic button, because we're gonna need it. Oof. Should you not put those near each other? Like, I know my spammable attack is a gain on... Right. He does that while we're fighting them. And we're so slow that the dragon killers are ready. Come on. Oh. Well, that's not a good start. Yeah, the barrier like cuts the damage in half. I think we just have to go for it. I don't know what this guy's gonna do if we leave him here. Oh, he's attacking the island. Wow! What a catastrophic failure! So, from what I can see from this, we need at least one person to stay back and fight the one dude. Otherwise, the island will die. Also, this. With 4 stacks. Yum, yum, yum. By the way, we're dead. We're dead. We're going to die. I am weirded out by the fact that I've gotten the green debuff every time. A huge increase in what? A huge increase in what? Tornadoes? I still have the green one. Atmospheric pressure? Maybe. This is going to be close. Press Sinistry for the fans at home. For what? I'm not casting Benefic 2. I don't think I have time to cast Benefit too. I'm pretty sure we're just about to miss it. Yep, that was it. We almost made it. Hey Luna, hope you're doing well. By the way, the island survived with 1 integrity. You also call this the honey Bismarck, lovely? You mess up at the beginning. You won't wipe immediately, but the fight becomes unwinnable. Well, we got 5%. Oh, we got 5% echo. Kill the thing! We might be able to make it. Ah. The greed was too powerful. Yeah, it takes 2. Takes 2. And I don't have my cooldowns this time, so it'll probably take longer. Nice! Got a little further. Like 5 times more health on the island. We're further, I think. Alright. Got a little further. Now, I'm almost 100% certain that we will have to leave at least one person behind to entertain the bird people, while 2 of us go up on Bismarck to actually have a chance of making this. My guess is that the one that would be best suited to stay behind might be Milo, because warrior. Let's see about that when we get there. This is the knockback one, yeah? Right, the donut. Dragon killers are ready. Oh, that's a lot of HP. That might be a problem with only 5%. How long do we have before we have to use the dragon killers? Because we might want to hold it. Don't hop on immediately. Let your timer tick for a bit. Hold it, hold it, hold. Don't hop on, don't hop on, don't hop, don't. Now! We get very little time, come to think of it. Yeah, like 27%. Yeah, we have one chance left. I do realize using divination now might be really dumb in retrospect. Isn't Dark Knight kind of broken for damage at level 60? I don't know, is it? I think it's so if it is, I don't think it's so broken that it makes up for the fact that it has less healing than both of the Gunbreaker and Warrior. Dragon killers up. We must send someone to grab it. Kill him! Just go. Go. I realized that I could have stepped up 1 second later and it might have been fine. I did not mean to heal you. we hop off in the hope that he leaves us with one integrity. We have him the next time, I think. Nope. Denied. We're close. I think we'll get it. Like if we did it exactly like this, like we just did, but with 5% more echo, which is happening now, I think we'd have it. So same procedure. We might have it. Also check food buffs. It's a Chaiji. That's also the name if you're on a diet. The diet Chaiji. Why don't you kill Bismarck from the inside? Well, then we're eaten. You became part of Bismarck's diet. You're not wrong. Ah. I keep forgetting because he's doing it in the middle of the ad phase. I guess on the bright side we'll get more echo because we can make it that far. I'm sorry, guys. That one's on me. Dragon Killer? Impressive we could greet it for that long. Why do the Vanubana worship an island-eating whale? I think it's a case of... That's not how Bismarck is, but they see Bismarck and they worship him despite him being wrong. That's kind of the point with the primals, that there's something wrong with them. Like, in addition to them being kind of fake. Except for Rameau? Well, there's also the specific exception with Rameau that he was someone you could reason with. But I think maybe that's also because the sylphs want him to be like that or something. But yeah, he still tempered people, yeah. I hate that tornado. I hate it so much. Leave me alone. The Bismarck Sabaton song, it's a good one. I think, I at least didn't know about that song when I initially met Bismarck, but I do kind of think of it. I think of Bismarck. There be mobs! Uh-oh. For some reason I expect an attack called Howling Wind. Or Howling Wing. I didn't see it quite clearly. Howling Wing to be a knockback. Speaking of, this is the knockback. He's a chonky boy. He's a chonky boy. I think I could have made one more GCD. Oh well. And this time we have less time because I messed it up at the start. Bad. Or maybe not. Pretty sure we have the same amount of, like, hits, unless his next hit does like a full 25. I think it makes no difference. But I think we will need to like hold it so that our debuffs run out. Especially now. With the vulnerability up. I don't know how long we can hold it with the dragon killers when they're ready. I'll be on the far one over here at least. I'll use that. Then I don't know if one of you know how long you can wait, but one is used. Now it's just a matter of when we use the other one. Uh-oh. We missed the opportunity. Didn't make it. Knockback. Knockback, remember? I'm not even sure what the vapor bubbles do. I think, did they interrupt me? I think they did. We'll get him next. Whoa! What? Just another wave of birds. Another wave of birds. Fat Man, each stack does a greater and greater damage after the third stack. Like the fourth stack, I take like half my HP in damage. So yeah, they hurt a lot. And yeah, it does seem like the vapor bubbles prevent the dragon killers from being used. So now we know that. But now we're at 15% echo. Hello? Exactly, Ham. They don't prevent you from using them. They'll just smack you and stop you when you want to. Like, it's sort of the same thing, I would say. It's a little complicated, Fat Man, because I think it's a combination of things that causes it to, like, suddenly and quite abruptly suddenly rise in damage. Tip? What? Where were you? I feel like every time I jump off one GCT sooner than I have to. It is actually pretty common, Giraheen, that the step from 4 players down to 3 is the biggest, like, it's way bigger than any of the other steps in difficulty, because it's both you lose a DPS and also the DPS that you lose is, you know, the only one. So it might contribute like 40 or even, like, depending on how much healing the healer had to do, might even be 50% of the damage done. But that's kind of part of the reason why it has this kind of effect. Then there's also the part that, yeah, Pictomancer's particularly broken in a fight where you have, like, scheduled downtime so frequently. It's quite funny that they've programmed it in such a way that, guys? Guys? Hello? I think that was too much. Oh well. Hey Raziel! Welcome back! Thank you so much for the continued support of the channel. And I hope you continue to enjoy your being part of the Cult of the Pink. Thank you so much. It's been a bit. Well, it's been a bit since I've seen you in the chat at least. Not entirely max echo, we have one more. Based on how well we did when we were at 10% echo, I am willing to believe that we could have done it on 15%. Then, ah well. I think the most impressive part is still that we do it at all with 3 players. Wow. You get stuck on the ground? The dragon killers are ready. Oh, that is strange, Raziel. And thank you so much for still supporting. Thank you. What? Who dares deny my tribute to the masters of the pink? And Endwalker Sensei, thank you so much. That's very kind. Will I die here? Nope. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's happening? What's happening? Thank you, Raziel, and enjoy your evening. Yeah, that whack stuff with the mobs deciding to get up real close and then casting might have made it so we don't make this either. Maybe we're lucky. This darkening sky is not a good sign. .3%. Well, now we have the full echo, I think. Yep. Boink. Destroy him! Yes. Yeah, in retrospect, I think what might have been what might be worth it doesn't really matter that much because of how everything plays out in this phase. I think they're too far apart. Is that It doesn't really matter, but we might have gotten more value out of everything by just, like, getting Bismarck to, like, 40%. And then just hopping off with 2 stacks or something. Not sure. But I think it sort of works out. Especially because when we clear it extra fast here, right? I hate that tornado. I'm sure it's just my movement pattern happens to just coincide with where it's going, but it feels like it's chasing me. Like, consistently. I'm not a fan. See, the sky hasn't even darkened yet, and we're fine on time. It's an incredible loss when they just decided to hang out next to each other before. Wow, that hurt a lot. It also didn't help that I think Sip had weakness. Oh, lightning! Lightning! Did not mean to do that. I wanted to heal myself. I have the dragon killer over here. Don't get too greedy. I think we're fine. If we can keep this up, we're fine. Although we should probably be slow on the next jump, so that our debuffs run out. This is the one where we have to kill the bubbles. Right. The AoE in the middle. I keep getting hit by that. It's not optimal. Alright, the dragon killers are ready. We want to hold off like a few extra seconds if we can. Just go for it, it's fine. But don't get on Bismarck until the debuffs run out, I think. It's the best we can do. Even though it costs us like half of the time we have. It's just too painful otherwise. Hop, 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 hop. Don't greed. Don't get too greedy. Sip, you're the tank now. Mobs respawn. Take the res? Milo? Don't explain what happened. Take the res. Did you get disconnected? Hello? Into a donut, I think. Dragon Killer. We just have to hop on and just give it everything we have, because there won't be another chance. Did we miss it? We missed it. Right, well that's a wipe then. Well, we still have enough time on the clock for one more attempt before it starts to really get close. The controller kept disconnecting. Are you good now? Are you good now, or do you need a moment to change something, Tristan? That's a really unlucky time for that to happen. Hope that isn't too early. Oh, fine. Bismarck refreshed his food buff. We can hop off. Zip didn't hop off. Stop greeting. Maybe it's just me. It feels like it's going slower this time. But it's still not like the skies haven't darkened, so we're not even like it's not even hurting for time. It just feels like it took way longer. Careful for the tornado. It'll be the knockback. It'll be the knockback. It'll be the knockback. And then it'll be a donut. Dragon killers. Don't get too greedy. Dragon killers? I think we have to hold it. Hold it for the debuff to run out. Hold it for the debuff. Hold it for the debuff. That should be manageable. You just have to get it one more time. I'll have buffs for the last one. I'll have buff, I'll have divination. And the last time we just go for it, we don't wait for the debuff. Just don't die. Sure about not waiting for the debuff? I am pretty sure, even though I don't like having this vulnerability thing. Dragon killers? Nice! Yeah, exactly. If we wait for the debuff, then basically it means, like, to wait for the debuff means you lose half of the time you get. Which is, like, that's too much. Kialo, welcome. The debuff is turbulence. What it does is every time, like every X amount of seconds while you're standing on Bismarck, it pulses AoE on everyone. And this AoE then does more damage depending on how many stacks you have. And, well, the 4th and the 5th one seems to hurt way more than the 1, 2, and 3. So I don't know if it's exponentially increasing, but that's the reason. But yeah. Bismarck with 3 players and 25% echo is what it took for us. I don't believe that debuff exists on normal. Even if it did, I don't think it would matter. But yeah, we did it. And just based on how tight everything was, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say I don't think we can do it with 2. So we're not going to waste time trying. It'll take too long. Yeah, we might be able to do it. While waiting for the debuff, Philippe, since we did get Bismarck down to 25%, while waiting, and I didn't have my raid buff, at least. But I feel like it's the last chance we have, and I saved everything for that. Like, I held my Celestial Opposition, I actually held my Spire to put on myself, so I maybe could hold 1 extra tick. Like, I held everything I could, specifically so that we could greed in that last moment. This sure is a fight where you spend a very small amount of it actually fighting the actual thing, yes. Also, was it, look at the Magi says, I'm predicting that Thordan won't be going below 5 because of the meteors on the ad phase. Possible. Possible. It sort of depends on, like, if it's a DPS check, then sometimes you get surprised what 1 DPS can manage. If it's soaking something, then sometimes you get surprised how low, like how small the punishment is. Ever wonder why they didn't create another fight like this? I have a feeling it wasn't that well received. Ah, of course. Cat says the dragon killers don't even kill. But Milo's counterpoint is Bismarck is not a dragon. So if we had brought whale killers, we should have brought killer whales. Just brought actual killer whales. Just thrown them at him. That would have worked. Have you done Ravana? Nope. We started with Bismarck because he's at the top of the list. Wait, there was also the Vanu thing we were talking about earlier. There says, according to Vanu legend, however, Bismarck led their ancestors to the floating islands. With waves of fury, he purges his domain of those who would do his followers harm. Ah, so the logic is, oh, it's fine that Bismarck is eating islands and destroying them, because he's surely only eating the ones we're not on. The dragon killer in Japanese is called something like anti-dragon barista. Well, it's still not a dragon, so. And warrior solo Bismarck is extreme? Nope. But if you add a gunbreaker and an astrologian, then it can. They're anti-dragon baristas. Guys, listen, it's because of the LR thing. It's probably meant to be ballista. But it's a lot funnier to think that it's a barista, right? Can Blue Mage solo this, by the way? Not synced. The reason why it wouldn't be able to do it synced is because of the serpents in the intermission. Can you solo the Bismarck Extreme fight unsynced? Yes. Yes. The only challenge at all would be the serpents in the intermission. But what you do is you just go over and smack one of them before they have a chance to get over to the other one and get like the near impervious to damage effect. Anti-Dragon Barista also describes the last dregs of management before their career change. Well, I think that didn't take a full 3 hours at least. We didn't have to go multiple sessions, so I would think we should try Ravana next. Although I have not looked up Ravana, but I'm pretty sure that one is also a case of we can probably figure it out. Hey Jack, hope you're doing well. But before we do that, I will have to be right back, and then we'll collect a full group again and start from the top. And yeah, we're winning. In the meantime, sanity restored. Right. I'm back. Was just reading. And exactly, Necrophits. It's not hard to solo Bismarck Extreme unsynced. Actually, the hardest part about soloing Bismarck unsynced is the fact that you're going to fall asleep during it. Because it takes like 4 minutes unsynced. Because you have to wait. And wait, and wait, and wait, and wait. In between the phases. Right. So Ravana. How many people do we have here? Well, we have exactly 5, so if everyone here wants to join up, we have a full replacement, I think. And yeah, we did manage with 3. We ended up on 25% echo, but I think we had an extremely good try on, I think it was 10% echo, or was it 5? So I think it could have been done with 15%, but then we had some mess-ups. Did you try to? No. Based on what we saw, and if you rewind the stream, because you will also see it, you can't... First of all, you need 2 tanks for the serpents. But you also probably need a healer, just in general. And even with 2 tanks, it's worth pointing out that with 25% echo, we were still really close, reasonably close to, like, not making the 2-minute timer on that intermission. And the thing is, usually on these streams, if I look at it and go, there's no way, like, we don't have the damage, then I'm not going to sit us through, like, 15 minutes of grinding 25% echo just for it to not be possible. So we did not try, but 3 was doable, which was still pretty crazy, I would say. Shaq says they need a few minutes. In that case, I have a moment to check if we need anything specific for Ravana. Ravana. Rejoice in the glory of combat. What's with these old fights and having like 8 phases? Are they 8 phases, or is this guide ridiculous? Furious as a blaze! If you really want to, you could argue that Dawn Trail Extreme 1 has 5 or 6 phases. Yeah, I guess so. Is there anything that requires 2 tanks? Is what I'm looking for. And is there anything that requires 2 healers? Those are the things that I'm looking for. Like, is there a mandatory tank switch? If not, is there something where there's 2 ads that need to be kept apart? If not, then we probably can do it with 1 tank. One tank to hold boss aggro and the other to grab ads. Why can the single tank not do both? Is there a reason why they can't do both? Also, are there actual ads, or are we talking about the Ganas? Like the butterflies? Ravana has an off-tank specific cone buster. Is it possible that that's Serpanaka? On Extreme, it seems like it's a marker placed on a player that they need to give to the tank. But if that's it, then we could try it. In that case, we just need one tank, which means... Well, Shaq asks what's needed. DPS. DPS, and then we'll see if we need either one more tank or one more healer at some point. But otherwise, we just need damage. Let me just fix the light. There we go. Yes, I think we beat Bismarck with 2 tanks and a healer, as Necrofit says. With 25% echo, but if we didn't goof it up a few times, I have a feeling we could have done it with like 10 or 15% echo. Thank you. But that's also part of what makes this a little extra entertaining, is that extremes, especially older extremes in my experience, are at a difficulty level where there is a possibility that you can just kind of go in and figure it out, and you can still, like, if you're good players, you can get pretty far. So we don't have to like know a fight front to back to beat it. Rejoice in the glory of combat. Oh, I got 2 Bismarck cards. I play Bismarck in face-up attack position. Actually, he would probably be better in defense position, considering how little time he spends actually fighting. One tank supposedly just share Blinding Blade with the raid? Okay. Cone stack. I take it.
To the song of ringing steel.
So hit him from the open side, or you take a lot of damage, and you get a debuff that makes you hit for less. Or you hit less, in fact. Furious as a blaze. Is this the one where we have to be far away, or the one where we have to be behind him? Ugh. That? Well, I already see some mechanics that will probably become a lot easier when we go down in player count. I hope you see it too, guys. I'm sure you know what I mean. Also, what? He's at 40% HP? Huh? I am invincible! Kaboom! 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 Nope. Ow. I didn't realize that he wasn't going to keep doing it. We don't have a race, so try your best.
Prepare thyself.
17.
In the glory of combat.
I wish I could. You got me, man. Where's the ad phase? I think we skipped it.
Unyielding as the earth.
Well, I think that's the prey marker that you're supposed to give to the tank cat. I guess you can also just tank it, it seems. Well then. Nice. Can you take my level 10 and then level it quick? I don't think it works that way, Steve. I think Ross said that they want to go out first again. Is that right? But that is also what kind of confused me, was also that it felt like we were skipping a lot. But yes, we were. Say law-abiding Pokemon, hope you're doing well. And Tween, hope you're doing well as well. Bomb. 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 He's a double wiper. A double viper. Uh-oh. For some reason, my attack he just let go through. Furious as a blaze. Right, that's the one where you go far away. He's a double viper. He had a defensive cooldown. Bomb. 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 I mean, a directional barrier is way better than what Viper has. Ow. Rejoice in the glory of combat.
Unyielding of the earth.
Make sure you have a wall behind you. In his defense, we still have 1 DPS too, but true. And he is successfully killing people. Which would be the indication that we're low on tanks and healers, right? Ugh, a high forwing. Nice. Do we have anyone who doesn't mind stepping out next? I'm not sure. What that white stack, that white marker, is that supposed to be a stack marker? I'm just like I'm asking because I'm not actually sure. Seems like it is. Is that right? Maybe all this time he's just angry that he lost double Noxious Nash. Double Noxious Nash. He lost that very fast. Years in the making, he's like, you will know my pain. One day, you'll know. Viper gets a barrier, but it only blocks damage at intercardinals. Well, that would be interesting. Very unique. I think Irene forgot the close position.
Dance to the song of ringing steel.
Uh-oh.
Furious as a blaze.
You see, this is exactly the reason why I tend to aim for we start with minimal healers and tanks, because now, like, we're only slightly lower on damage than quote-unquote we should be, because, like, those 2 DPS we lost, as far as the boss is concerned, that could just as well be a tank and a healer.
Wilt thou yield?
You just have to do the not getting hit part right. Yeah. The thing is, there are sometimes attacks you can't not get hit. That would have been funny. All before me. Warlord shell. Uh-oh. Oh my.
Prepare thyself. Rejoice in the glory of combat.
I wasn't expecting him to suddenly bloody follow like that. Yeah, we will probably get take wing your Souls of War eventually. Eventually. We just need to stop skipping that. Yeah, I don't know if that's a stack marker. It hurts like crazy, but we're only 3 in it. It's either not a stack or it helps very little to stack. Can it be the share with the tank marker? I don't think that we really had as much of those kinds of mechanics back then. I think Ham said they want to hop out next. It did 17k for my Pictus solo. Well, I think an easy way to get an answer to that is if next try we just let someone take it alone, and then they die, then we know that there's something to be said. I'm glad to hear that, Steve. It turns out that there's also some things that we're simply too good to see yet.
To the song of ringing steel.
Oh, whoops. I don't understand why he ignores it when I hit him. Ow. Well, this might be a problem. I didn't expect him to snipe me like that so quickly. But I could see why the Seeing Wing would end with that. Yeah, whoopsie. That sounds about right. He puts, like, those spread markers on 5 players, right?
Wilt thou yield?
That's what happens when you sneak through his shield. He sneaks through your health bar.
Invincible! Wilt thou yield?
Blip, blip, blip. Very much damage. I also just realized that he did it the opposite direction around this time. I'm sure you'll survive, Milo. I'm sure it'll be fine. Nice one, Catch. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Critical hit rate increased. Blip. I don't think we lasted long enough to get Echo for that. Nope. Yeah, we just barely didn't survive long enough.
To the song of ringing steel.
Remember, he does that cleave thing, guys. That thing that killed me. Remember that one? Yeah, that is true, Ham. I did notice that as well. It was like the thing that surprised me last attempt was that he baited us to attack from the front, and then I didn't realize that like it was now safe to move somewhere else, and then he cleaved in front of him. Like, it was pretty perfectly set up so that he would get me. Meow, meow, meow. There, he doesn't announce anything. Ooh. Wait. Oh, there they are. We found them, guys. We found the Souls of War.
Rejoice in the glory of combat!
For a second there, I was worried that the gunners that we didn't have a chance to kill would count as missed. Uh-oh. Well, now we have the answer. It is a stack marker. That is a stack marker. It was survivable with 3 players. Kills alone. You found another mechanic and it only took cutting the party nearly in half. I know, right? Ooh, a limit break. An LB2 even. Wow. Just in time before we lose it as well. Yeah, 24,000 for a solo healer with a barrier and 10% damage reduction. Assuming that it adheres to those. Ravana used sword stance. Yeah. It only counts as a miss if they finish casting Falling Laughter. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, the reason why we were talking about that, Liv, is because we were starting to get suspicious whether it was actually a stack marker, because it seemed like it did a crazy amount of damage regardless of whether we threw more people at it. But then we noticed that when someone took it alone, they died, like, completely. And every time we were 3, we survived just barely. So that does mean that we will probably need to be 3 at least, preferably 4 if we can. Might be a pair stack? Well, 27,000, if you just stack for it without any mitigation setup, would, like, if it's 27,000, then it's just barely about to kill you, right? So it makes sense that it would hurt that much for 3. Unyielding as the earth. Plus, since I had 2 bone stacks. Ah, yeah, that does also matter, I suppose. Bom. 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 Might also be worthwhile to have a food buff.
To the song of ringing steel.
Oh, you can sidestep that. It never occurred to me that that was an option.
Furious as a blaze.
There is something really funny about how they just, like, they're not even hiding it, that they're just replacing his model mid-combat. He just, like, phases out for a moment as he switches swords. Bleed!
Wilt thou yield?
Would thou yield? Liberation! Maybe what he's actually casting is Light Ration? He's like, eat this!
Wilt thou yield? For before me.
Bleed, he says, not even inflicting a bleed. That is a good point. Does he even apply a dot at all? Aside from the fire. Because I feel like the fire doesn't count when he specifically says, bleed! Seeing wing. Seeing left? Oh, he did actually announce it. He's lacking the right blade. Pew. Pew. Take this. Pew. Pew. It never occurred to me that you could sidestep that, like that blade combo that he does. Never ever occurred to me that that was even an option. You just assumed you just had to sit there and take it. By the way, there's a Oh, there's the moon one. Fair enough. My ring! Oh yeah! My ring! I would like, what's his name? To come in and repair the ring right about now. Well, I think we have the answer. That one goes on the tank. Your two people means, yeah, met him, exactly. Because we're running out of ring. Oh, right, we still have LB too. That's a good point. What does a Swift Liberation do, guys? Just out of curiosity, what does the Swift version of Liberation do? Oh, that does indeed look Swift to me. Wait, is that limit cut? Uh-oh. I'm pretty sure that's limit cut. That does look like limit cut. Vintage limit cut. There's two of them now. Vintage limit cut. Swift Slaughter, which you never see, is also limit cut. Well, there you go. The first limit cut that was never called limit cut. Isn't that because it predated Cruise Chaser? I'm wondering if maybe Scholar would be a better choice here. I'm not sure. Mini field trip time? The kind of. As I vote, we exclusively refer to limit cuts as Swift Liberation and Slaughter from now on to honor the best bug. Rejoice in the glory of Swift Liberation. Exactly, Necrophits. There's also the part that if we see, like, the stack marker thing that is really hurting us, it might be doable to, like, deal with it by, like, just stacking everyone together. Add low deploy. So yeah, I think that it might be a good call. Swift Liberation like a Stormblood speedrun? Yes.
Dance to the song of the ringing steel.
That was weird. Furious as a blaze. Ravana, the true pre-patch. Oh wow. Well, enjoy that one, you know. Take that. Big old shield. By random chance, enjoy big shield. I am invincible!
Wilt thou yield? For before me.
Wing? We broke it in the last second. Like the very last second. I'll try and get the small ones. Go for the big one. If you can. Uh-oh. I don't understand why he tends to not get me. I feel like I keep sneaking in my attack right on top of where he should be mad about it.
Prepare thyself. Rejoice in the glory of combat.
Why does he say, I am invincible, when his health bar is clearly going down? Is he stupid? I think he's trying to trick us.
Unyielding of the earth.
Oh, he's home-ganging it. Don't think he retaliates against casters? I can guarantee you that he retaliates against casters. I think it's just because my cast comes out fast enough. What is it we're supposed to do about this again? Just run? Well, that works. Right, that was limit cut, yeah.
Wilt thou yield?
What do we do? You have mine. I can rest Milo. I think that's the best solution I can come up with.
Feel my place. Perish.
Heidelin mentioned. Left. Front. Nope, didn't make it this time. Ow. Wow. A very effective crit chance bonus. Oh, didn't make it. You're out. Can I have a damage buff like that? Just instantaneous wipe? He's doing self-motivation. Ah.
To the song of ringing steel.
Was it Hardened Rage? I don't think so. We didn't manage to break his shield. Like, he put a shield on himself and we didn't break it. The funny thing is that the last time, like, he managed to get that one through. He just kept attacking normally, and the buff he gets from it actually ran out. Like, it gives him a damage and crit chance bonus, it turns out. But apparently that one gave him a you die bonus. Very effective.
Furious as a blaze.
Furious as a blaze.
Perish.
Wait, I think this could work.
Wilt thou yield?
Liberation!
I am invincible. Wilt thou yield? For me.
Seeing Wing. Didn't make it this time. And it isn't a one-shot, but it hurts ridiculously. Crazy damage. Oh, that's how we ran out of ring. Did we last long enough for Echo, or was that not good enough? Doubt it was. No, we did. Excellent. Actually, I have enough HP this time that I would have been able to live it. Just straight up. Bit late for that, though. That's not particularly surprising, Butterfly Spirit, because blue mages are that strong. Like, strong enough that when we do this, we usually say no blue mages. I'm pretty sure those are soft enrages, Butterfly Spirit. Hard enrages are things where they might be able to survive them, but usually, ow, the screen fades to black afterwards. Like, you lose anyway, even if you survive it. But it wouldn't surprise me if they could survive them, come to think of it. But yeah, the key there, Butterfly Spirit, is that Blue Mage was made to be kind of busted. So, like, that's the reason why we're doing this with quote-unquote normal jobs, because it wouldn't be particularly impressive if we did it with Blue Mage, by comparison. by comparison, it's still impressive when blue mages do something like with less than the expected number of players. It's just not as crazy as when you do it with normal mortal jobs.
Rejoice in the glory of combat!
And I think the main thing that would be problematic would be, like, the fact that a lone blue mage would have to do everything themselves. Uh-oh, I'm stuck over here. I kept getting shoved into the wall trying to use Adlo. But I also find it fun to see what blue mages can get away with. But I would need to see blue mage solo this like synced before I would like trust that someone said, yeah, you can do that. Like it seems like something that isn't necessarily a an easy thing to do, let's say. I don't think it'll be enough. It looks like you got a vulnerability debuff that made it so that, like, you just died anyway. Yeah, he has more damage stacks this time. Is emergency tactics helpful in this kind of run? I don't know. I don't feel like I had a lot of trouble healing everyone up. I think we're getting closer. The echo is also helping, of course.
To the song of ringing steel. Furious as a blaze.
This is a weird shape.
Wilt thou yield?
Liberation. The super fate you can cheese with blue in the Ravanian Forelands? That does not surprise me. Does missile work on it?
I am invincible. Wilt thou yield? Form before me.
We made it this time.
Take wing, ye souls of war!
A lot of parrying and counterattacking on his part, huh?
Prepare thyself! Rejoice in the glory of combat! Unyielding as the earth!
Oh, I'm assuming you homegang that?
Form before me! Bleed! Wilt thou yield?
Right, there's the timer.
Form before me!
Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do. Am I crazy? Like, it looks like he just, like, slash kills through that. I'm pretty sure that he just one-shots through whatever I do. Here comes the part where we need to do a lot of damage to break the shield. Seeing wing. Bruh. He just walked up to me, just... It might have been survivable if we had all been at full HP. And maybe with a Sacred Soil shield, but I put everything in hoping that we could do it. Check food. But maybe that's what we'll do next time, is I just try to give us a big old shield and then we just take it. Like, all the damage we're doing on that shield, if we don't break it, then it's just worth 0 anyway. Anyway, let's keep going.
Dance to the song of ringing steel.
The wing? Yeah, the seeing wing is particularly scary because if you just like stop thinking for a second, it just cleaves you down. Just dead. If you're not a tank, of course.
Furious as a blaze.
But the good news is I think we will eventually do it. Although the bad news is we might need to go all the way to full echo again before it happens.
Perish.
I think I should have energy drained a bit earlier.
Willpower yield.
Definitely.
For before me.
You mean the waste of ether flow? Left. Oh, we made it. Well then. In the glory of combat! Swooshy, 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 swoosh. Swoosh. Is the second time he uses Warlord's Shell stronger than the first one? That's what I'm wondering. Be careful with the orbs, you don't want any orbs. We don't like orbs. We also don't like when our tank just dies. Oh boy. I don't have Swift Cast. Wait, why did he dash 4 times? I don't think he usually does that. That's weird. I would have said that as well, Necrophits, but it feels like he bugged out. I think he dashed 1 more time. No, he just keeps dashing. That could be. I just feel like he didn't do that all the other attempts. Berserk! Blip. That's something that I would have to watch out for then. I was so certain he wouldn't dash more than 3 times. But then I need to step out of the way. Wait, does he dash to the first player again? Because, like, that's a little bit of a problem. Oh, we have full echo now, so now we can't get any stronger. The dash is random. That is a problem. Don't get lazy now. We need that ring.
perish.
That's a weird shape.
Wilt thou yield?
Should probably just use Atlo there. Oh well. Or maybe not. I guess the shield would have just ticked out.
I am invincible. Wilt thou yield? War before me.
Pom. 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 Wings.
Take wing, ye souls of war!
Those slows are not fun.
Prepare thyself. Rejoice in the glory of combat.
Rejoice in the glory of combat. I don't know how much they slow for. I don't know how I've managed to not get hit a single time, unless it's actually the case that he doesn't give it to mages. It just seems weird. Only parries on physical damage. Are you? So you're saying that I could have just stood my ground? Watch out for the explodios.
War before me. Bleed. Wilt thou yield?
Oh, perfect. Well, as perfect as it's gonna get.
before me.
Why? Why did it work this time? What? Wait. Oh, man. It might... Never mind. It's fine. There you go. That seemed a little scuffed at the end, but we made it. Ah. Yeah, the shield made it so I didn't get first vulnerability. Oh, then it did work. Because that was actually what I was, like, hoping for when I think I cast more than one shield on you, I'm pretty sure. The specific logic there was that I was hoping that the shield would help. But yeah, Bismarck, Ravana, both doable with 3 players. 2, I don't think so. I don't know how much longer we had on the timer, but... like, in regards to the hardened rage, but I don't think it's possible. Sorry, Steve. Let me correct. I don't know how long we had left on the enrage timer. Like, how long until he went mad. Sorry, I could have been more specific there. 1 tank, 1 healer, and 2 DPS for no echo. At least some degree of echo probably required for 1 DPS. Yes, probably. There's also the part that I don't think would actually have the damage to deal with all of the Ganas in the ad phase with only 2 players. And even if we did, it would have to be like a case of, I think it has to be healer and tank. I don't think 2 tanks would do. But things were his last casts again? Well... yeah, what was it that he cast last? I was mainly focused on the fact that he was like, he put up the shield again, and instead of trying to push through it for nothing, I decided to just spend the time trying to shield. Because we weren't going to make it with like a DPS coming up at that time with weakness. Have we been able to do any of these extreme countdowns with only 2 people? Ultimate weapon. 2 gunbreakers can do it. We also had the idea that maybe a gunbreaker and a healer could do it. But, well, let's just say it took enough time just to get it with 2 gunbreakers that by that point we were like, no. We did it with 2 players. That has to be fine. The hardest part about the fight is the orbs, if I remember correctly. It's just the orbs. Which also meant that the fight was really annoying, because I believe the first orbs show up at 50% or something like that. So you spend a huge amount of time just working your way to the first orbs, and then you get to practice. But we did need 25% echo. And the reason we needed 25% echo was actually because that was what it would take for us to actually be able to survive. Just flat out in general survive. Steve says with only 17 minutes left, would two players even have enough DPS to beat the timer? Yes, they would, Steve. But it wasn't about 17 minutes. Listen, it's an extreme, so at some point, Ravana would just go, alright, I'm done with you. Super mega liberation, boom, and then we die. Like 6 nines of damage. So, 17 minutes, 2 DPS would do it. Because, well, I think we did it in like 4 minutes with 6 DPS, a tank, and a healer. So if Ravana just stood there and took it, then 2 DPS could absolutely beat him in 16 minutes even, I'm pretty sure. But that of course comes with the requirement that he just stands there and takes it, because if he does anything else, then he will kill the DPS, so that's why it couldn't work any other way. I could imagine 2 DPS had the damage to beat Ravana in general. It's just that they don't have the toolkit. Like that's the real weakness there. But your ultimate weapon is extremely simple. There's a tank switch mechanic that doesn't really matter. And because you just do it. Especially if you have just 2 tanks. And all of his mechanics are somewhat avoidable, except the orbs. And the way, if I remember correctly, the way that we dealt with it was that we just used big defensives and took half each. And the reason why that posed such a big problem was that whoever was currently tanking ultimate weapon kind of just cycled through all of their defensive cooldowns. And then by the time they sort of just ran out, that was about the time you wanted to tank switch anyway. And then the other tank took over and used all of their cooldowns. Which was part of the reason why we needed full echo to do it anyway. Was that it was that strict. But yeah, that is the only one. I think... I don't think... I think we also did Earth's Fount, so that's Odin. We did with 3 players. I don't think you can do it with 2. Simply because the tank and the healer... Like, it takes too much from them, and then you might be going, can't you just bring a DPS? Nope. Odin hits ridiculously hard on the tank. Especially for a quote-unquote kinda not extreme. He hits ridiculously hard. So the tank would need a healer. If it was a level 60 duty, then maybe a warrior could, like, go in with a DPS. But the DPS would have to be capable of healing themselves, so your options are Red Mage, I think. And that's sort of the problem with a lot of these when we go down to 2 players is, well, you need a healer, probably, and you need a tank. Odin's Buster's percentage based? Huh. I'm pretty sure it doesn't kill without mitigations, because I'm pretty sure I've seen tanks just take it to the face. But it being percentage based would explain a lot. Finally, physic on summoners useful, and even then, it's kind of weak. That's also one we've had before when we've been like, oh, well, I don't think we can do it as 2 players because we wouldn't be able to meet the DPS check, and then someone goes, but couldn't you bring a summoner? And the answer to that is, replace the healer with a summoner. You could. You would spend so much time spamming physic that it would have been better to have a healer. Like, you could have just brought a scholar and have the scholar spam broil, and they'd probably heal more and do more damage. Does Red Mage have berets at 60? Nope, but they have a cure. The Medica. It would be really funny if they just gave Red Mage something like the Medica at some point. Terran says, on a side note, Monk has overtaken Summoner's top DPS at level 70. That is interesting. Simple Monk. Big damage. Isn't that funny? How they rework and simplify a job, and then it just becomes ridiculously strong at level 70? Wasn't that exactly what happened for Summoner as well? And Summoner becomes ludicrously insane at level 70 after the rework. And they rework Monk, boom, ridiculously broken at level 70. Did Picture blow out Summoner? I think we did some calculations from potencies alone, like super early in Dawn Trail, and estimated that Pictomancer probably had the capacity to beat Summoner. But sometimes that like kind of napkin math isn't as good as the real thing. There's also the part that since that, Monk has gotten massive amounts of potency boosts, like massive upgrades. Becomes insane at 70 and just stays the same for 30 levels. Yeah, well, you're not entirely wrong. Monk doesn't change very much after level probably 70. Pictor beats someone as soon as they have motifs. But Pictomancer has motifs at level 30. Pictor's about 4th or 5th place DPS. I think there is a possibility that for Pictomancer it might climb higher if, like, once people start to, like, get even better with it. I'm not saying that they might not already have squeezed everything out of Pictomancer. That is a possibility. I'm just saying that Monk didn't get that much of a change. Like, it got made easier, but it's ultimately pretty much the same, just easier now, so... And then it got potency buffs, so you kinda can do something similar to what Monk already was. It's just stronger and easier to do. Meanwhile, Pictomancer's a whole new job. And you kinda, like... We've had, like, 2 months? Minus people had to level the job, people had to do MSQ, people have been doing other stuff. So I wonder how many, like, Pictomancers are in the fray, and I guess we do have logs on that, like, to tell us that answer, but... Yeah. Judging Pictomancer based on the top 1, it would still be 3rd place behind Summoner and Monk. That's not so bad. Someone needed some competition up there. Removing buff and dot uptime makes a job stronger and content with downtime, I suppose. Yes. There's also the part that Monk can prep, quote-unquote, Leaden Fist, and then just have it forever, whereas an Endwalker it only lasted 30 seconds. So if they've balanced it, like, they've changed it so that Monk doesn't have any negative, like, it doesn't garner anything negative from downtime anymore. It has something it can do during downtime, as opposed to some other jobs. And then they buffed it. Catch says, I want to ask, between Viper and Pixelmancer, who's stronger overall, by your opinion, maybe others? I mean, my opinion isn't, like, I look at logs. I'm pretty sure that Viper, at least on average, is higher damage. But it's a selfish DPS. But both of them are really strong. Comparing between different roles is kind of awkward. That too. That too. But the important thing is that they're both strong, Catch. Say Cyanide, hope you're doing well. Yeah, comparing between roles is like, that's problematic because there's like a bunch of differences. Like, you could argue that it would be a problem if Pictomancer was the strongest, like, flat, for damage output between Pictomancer and Viper, because, well, Pictomancer's ranged, like fully ranged, whereas Viper can go out for a moment. Pictomancer comes with a defensive cooldown, like, it has a barrier it can put up on it itself, and it can share it. Viper does not. Like, it does not. So, if you were to choose strictly on damage, then Viper, if balanced good, then Viper should be stronger. At least by a little bit. But they're both fine. Like, they're both great jobs. I don't know which, like, if I had to pick between them, then I don't know what I would pick. I'd pick the better player. Because of, like, because that's actually a detail. I would say, I think I would say Viper's rotation is probably easier than Pictomancer's rotation. It has its pitfalls, but I would say Viper has an easier time doing good damage than Pictomancer. So if you had the choice between a bad Pictomancer or a bad Viper, I think there's a better chance that the Viper will do better. If you had the choice between a decent Viper and a decent Pictomancer, I would probably still say the Viper is probably better. But once you start moving up to, like, they're both great, then it starts being, well, a Pictomancer can probably bring slightly more to the table. If I don't, like, if I'm not, like, going, well, I don't have a melee in my group composition, then I would probably just choose the Pictomancer. Do you think Black Mage will see buffs given how it's performed this tier? I mean, Black Mage already received buffs. Like, it actually received buffs alongside Monk and Viper, I believe. Well, Viper received its buffs to compensate for Noxious Nash. And yeah, exactly, Brontom. That's kind of the problem with Pictomancer is that with Viper, there's a, like, if we're talking like bad or like middle of the pack players, then something like, oh, you didn't optimize for the burst window is like, whatever. Like, that's not what we're focusing on. But Viper, you can get reasonably far by just going, well, you should use Vice Winder. You should make sure you don't waste any, like, rattling coils. Make sure to use Reawaken. Like, you can just use all of those things on cooldown, and when you have them, and you'd probably do pretty good. Whereas with Pictomancer, you have your own burst window. Like, you have your own burst window that you have to build up. Like, you have to produce that and do it right. And if you don't, then you already lose some damage. A lot, but you lose damage. Whereas Viper just clicks buttons. So what you're saying is I should have picked Picto instead of Viper for Savage? No. Not necessarily. There's also the additional detail with Viper that if the Viper is good, but the rest of the group is questionable, Viper's gauge system has the freedom, like the flexibility to catch a burst window when it appears. Like, you don't have a 2-minute burst of your own, so you can just go, well, the bard decided to use Battle Voice at 2:30 30. So that's where I do a Reawaken. Like, I have an extra one. Like, I kept one. Like, you could do that if you wanted to. So you, like, Viper is, I would say, one of few jobs that relatively freely can just choose to snipe a burst window when it is offered. And yeah, like, if you see someone just, like, rate buff, you do Reawaken. Like, if you're not in the middle of a Vice Winder combo, you can just Reawaken right then. It takes about 11 seconds to finish it. And if you have rattling coils to spare after that, you can just go wham, wham, wham. And that, like, if you have 3 of them, that's 20 seconds. Well, you have a burst window. Is it perfect? No, but, like, you actually manage to spike your damage during raid buffs. Not many jobs can just, like, just go, damage buffs. Let me just see what I have. Yes, 20 seconds of burst. You can also hold ready to Reawaken for a while. Yes, you can. For 30 seconds, in fact. The only time where Viper is sort of locked in, where it might not actually be able to react to a burst, is if it's in the middle of the Vice Winder combo. Specifically because only the Vice Winder combo is broken by Reawaken combo. Let me just check in the back for some burst. Yeah, exactly. And yes, precisely, Emily, because Viper has pretty much one cooldown that it can't let drift. It doesn't even care. Like, I've used my Serpent's Ire as like a little egg watch or something to keep track of the other DPS's raid buff in, like, dungeons or something. And goes, well, there should be a 2-minute burst right about now because my Serpent's Eye is ready. You just start just looking at the other DPS weirdly, like, raid buff? And also that, Catch. The joke Giraheen was making is that Giraheen normally mains Dancer, I believe. And when we were putting together our, like, Savage Raid static, sort of, I was talking with Giraheen specifically about that. I was like, would be a lot better, like much better balanced group if you were playing Viper, because we have a bard. And the reason why I said Viper was specifically because it's Ingirine also play Viper. And then the joke was, oh, so I should have been playing Pictomancer then. Would that have been better? But ultimately, what works best, like if you're going to join a Savage group, like if you're joining a static, or if you're going to Savage raid at all, in fact, the best you can do for yourself, I would say, is play the job you enjoy the most. Because if you choose one you don't enjoy, then you're not going to feel very motivated to play the job outside of Savage raiding, which means that you're not going to improve very much outside of the Savage raiding, which means you're probably going to invest your time in a different job, which means you could have probably been better with that job. So you should aim to Savage raid with the job you enjoy the most. There are of course exceptions where it's like, well, I had like 3 or 4 jobs that I would play, so I just chose the one that worked for the team. But it is dangerous to choose a main that you don't enjoy. And no, you're not, Aradel. Parents is probably meta comp right now would be Pictomancer, Red Mage, Viper, Dancer. Red Mage. But then we have half of that. We just replaced the Pictomancer and Dancer with a Bard and a Samurai. Taliban says, or alternatively switch jobs between every tier so you don't really master any of them, like myself. Red Mage does better than Summoner and has more utility, but it could be replaced with an additional melee. I see. But yeah, no, you're not, Aradel. I don't know if Summoner's outright... Is it outright bad in the current tier? Like, isn't very good, isn't the same as outright bad, but... The thing is that... As far as I've seen on logs... All jobs are fine. There's just, like... The thing is, someone has to be at the bottom. And if Summoner is at the bottom... but Red Mage is slightly higher and has better utility, then Red Mage is the preferred choice. If you're asked by someone, would you like a Summoner or a Red Mage? They're equally good. And you of course go, so are they good? Because if they're both bad, then there's a reasonable chance that the Summoner would actually be better, but you get what I mean. If they're both good, then Red Mage might be the better choice. Current top 50 clears have no Summoner. And usually when you check the top 10s, there's also specific tanks and healers that suddenly go absent. But we don't talk about that because we go, well, you see raid buffs and that. Like, there has to be someone who is the best. And what is that question, Perrin? Is it perhaps related to Embrace? Because we had a weird revelation the other day. And that revelation was... Turns out there's currently a suspected bug. Well, it's not a suspected bug. I tested it. It's correct. It doesn't work. If you go into, again, I can just show you now. If you go into, Tower of Babel, right? Synced. I can just say right now, it doesn't change anything whether you re-summon your pet. Whoops. Re-equip our gear. And keep close watch on the Embrace heals. Average is like a 2,000 or so, right? About 2,000. The key is this. Right now, Embrace is 150 potency, right? It says here that at level 85 it goes up to 180, which means that when we go into Vanaspati, we get like 6 item levels increase, like a slight boost. So yes, Embrace will heal for more, but this says it should heal for at least 20% more, right? At least 20% more. When I keep that in mind, 20%, it has to be 2,400 now in Vanaspati, where I'm 2 levels high. It has to be 2,400, otherwise there's something wrong. That's a crit. That doesn't look like 2,400 to me. Maybe 2,050. But that's not 20%. That's the test. There's the potential argument that, oh, maybe it's fixed at level 100. That it's still bugged. It's still bugged. So yeah, that is correct, Baron. I would say there is currently a bug with the level 85 Scholar trait, wherein Embrace and the other abilities should be 180 potency, but are not. Or it at least doesn't work, because the key here is that it says it's 180, but it just doesn't work. And that is an interesting point, Perrin. I also thought about that. The reason why I find it unlikely to be the case... The reason why I find it unlikely that that is the problem, or that is a problem for Summoner, is... Embrace has one trait that upgrades Embrace. One total. Like, as in one. Only one. However, Summoner has multiple, right? Well, actually, yeah, it has multiple. There is the possibility that one trait doesn't work. There's the possibility that multiple traits doesn't work. What I mean by that is Ruby Kabi is 400 potency. When it upgrades to Ifrit, it upgrades to 500 potency. And then at level 50, it upgrades to 600 potency. And then at level 90, it upgrades to 800 potency, right? Or is it 700? I think it's 700. And then here at level 94, it upgrades to 800 potency. So, the key here, the reason why I say it might not be like that, is because this one is 400 potency. Here, they replace the pet with something else. So, it should do 500 single target, because that's what it does before level 50. It just should, because that's what it's assigned to do. And because its upgrade adds an AoE component, well, we can see the AoE component, right? Like, we can see that. If that didn't work, then Garuda would still do 100 potency per target from level 50 to 89, but it doesn't. So that one isn't the problem. And, like, I'm saying that without even testing, because we have seen this. We know this. Garuda does the same damage as Ifrit and Titan at level 89. Like, we know this, so that at least isn't bugged. But a key difference is also that the level 50 trait changes the attack that the pets use, whereas the Embrace trait just changes the potency, which means that, again, they could have avoided this problem by simply going, well, in the game files, Inferno does X potency. So that one is fine. Then level 90... the pet is, like, the summons are completely replaced. Like, they completely replace them, and those replaced summons use a different attack, which, presumably their potency is also correct. But, there's one big but. This is a potency gain. This is the same as the Embrace gain. So there's a possibility that level 93... Summon Ifrit, Summon Titan, Summon Garuda does this, just like basically the same damage as level 94 Ifrit, Titan, Garuda. And the way you could test this, I think, with some accuracy. Let me just check here. Yes, 94. One way you could test this is by going into Yokatumu. Just synced, whatever. Use Ifrit or Titan and Garuda and see how much damage they do to like their primary target. You could also write down how much damage they're doing to the secondary targets. That would give you extra data. Use all of them, see how much damage they do. Then you go into Volcasolmo and do it again. If this trait is bugged too, if this is also bugged, then Titan, Ifrit, and Garuda will not do about 14% more damage, but instead like 1 to 5%. This trait should increase their damage by 1/7. As far as I know. 1/7. So that would be the test. That would be how you test it. Alternatively, if you have a level 93 summoner, what you could also do is, like, test these damage numbers aggressively. Write down exactly what you're wearing at that point. And the moment you hit level 94, you do it again. And see if something changed. But I can see why this would happen. That Embrace would just be missed. That no one noticed that it didn't boost. Like, honestly, how many of you are looking at the exact healing numbers of Embrace all the time? Probably not a lot of you. And you probably don't pay attention to whether it changed at a specific level. Like, there's a reasonable chance that maybe you did, like, I don't know, Tower of Babel, like, looked at the numbers, then you finished the dungeon, ding, level 85, and then you were done for the day. And exactly, Philippe, you're looking at the damage numbers. And summoners are looking at the damage numbers. So I could see how this would be completely missed, that Embrace and Seraphic Veil don't actually get the boost they're supposed to. But now that people have seen it, now we just need the developers to be aware of it. And then it'll probably get fixed. Right? But that would be the test. Use the 3 primals that get this potency boost in content where you don't yet have it, but are near the level where you would have it. How long has it been bugged for? My guess is either it never worked or Dawntrail broke it. And it would be incredibly funny if it never worked and no one noticed until now. Right? Like, that would be incredibly funny when you think about it. Like, that would mean no one cared enough about the healing of Embrace to notice that it didn't get a 20% potency boost. But, speaking of which, I find it a lot more believable that it got broken in Dawntrail. And the reason for that is either 2 options. Either pet potency never existed for Scholar pets. Never existed. Despite us seeing it on all of their healing. Like Whispering Dawn and Embrace included. Like Ether Pact. It never existed, just something we made up on the spot to explain something else. It never existed, not even before Endwalker. Never did. Or Embrace wasn't bugged in Endwalker. And the reason why I say it like that is because my estimates from Endwalker, when I tested it and checked it, suggests that Embrace... Like, there's some, you know, heal variants, so I wasn't entirely sure, but you may remember that I usually said that pet potency was often somewhere in the ballpark of 1/6 less than normal potency. And that applied, like, with some accuracy, universally to pets. And we also observed things like... Actually, Living Shadow does more damage per potency than a Dark Knight, because Dark Knights do 20% less damage than listed because they're tanks. Which perfectly matches with the observation that pet potency would mean that they're slightly ahead, right? So I think the most likely scenario is that something broke with the release of Dawntrail. Hey Cole, we got Bismarck and Ravana down with 3 players and 25% echo. For Ravana, I would accept if we said we probably need full echo for that. For Bismarck, I think it's possible with 3 players with 10 to 15% echo, not full 25%. For Bismarck, we used 2 tanks and a healer. We specifically had a warrior, a gunbreaker, and an astrologian. A warrior, a gunbreaker, and an astrologian. For Ravana, we used a warrior, a samurai, and a scholar. Notably, we had some issues breaking the... what's it called? Warden Shell? Which results in a massive kickback of damage if you fail to meet it. And Scholar barriers were very helpful for that. Finally DPS Dark Knight, except you can't play it yourself. Its toolkit is very boring. Most of the attacks say the same damage numbers. And yeah, exactly, Bronto. That is... that is also the reason why I could imagine that some players that enjoy Summoner as it is right now would be very interested in that Embrace bug, because maybe it also applies to the Summoner summons. And the only thing I can say to that is that, based on what I've seen and what I know, it has to be a Dawntrail bug. Like, it has to be a Dawntrail bug. And the test to find the answer for Summoner, I think, is... Yeah, you might be saying, so why are you not doing that now? Well, we're talking right now, maybe later. But the way you would test this for Summoner is you take your Summoner, you queue normally for Ihukatsumu. And then, like, you can play the dungeon as you want. You just play it as you want. But write down the damage numbers that Titan, Ifrit, and Garuda produced. Once you're done, do it again in Wakazoma. If their damage increase is less than, I would say, 15%, then there's something wrong. Another way you can do it, and I would guess that's what Cat is doing, is find a fate that syncs you to level 92 or 93, or 91 for that matter, like just reasonably close to 94. Do it, and use Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda, and write down the damage numbers. Once you're done, find a fate that syncs you to like around level 94, 95. And then do it again. Oh, you could also do it with Trust, that's true. But the power difference is specifically 100 potency added to a 700 potency attack. So the damage boost should be about 14%. Plus gear increases, so 15, 16% maybe. But if it's like, I would say if it's less than like 5 or 6%, there's something wacky going on. And yeah, I don't know either, Brontome, but sometimes with these things, they change one thing and then something else breaks. Like, maybe they changed something in how pets read your level. How pets read what abilities they have. Maybe a bug happened, so for some reason, EOS points to the level 1 embrace instead of the level 85 embrace. I don't know how those actions are coded. And also that is also a good example, Solization. Dawn Trail released and Ammon lost the ability to freeze players in ice cubes. I think we also heard that other bosses that tried to freeze players in ice cubes also bugged, but it's not a lot of those. I think there's like the burn. And if it specifically had to be an ice cube, then others didn't work. That was 100% because of Extreme 1. Oh yeah, there was also something with, was it DSR? Tub was bugged? But yeah, it could be something with Extreme 1. But yeah, they basically broke the ice block mechanic as a whole. So maybe something with Embrace, something that Embrace relies on, broke. Maybe they changed something in how pets read stuff. Maybe while they added, maybe while they made it so that Living Shadow can use Disesteem, they accidentally changed something in the pet logic, so now EOS didn't read the correct Embrace anymore. Like, that's pet logic being messed with here. Like, maybe, like, as far as I know, Phantom Kamaitachi is a pet. Like, it's a pet doing it. It doesn't make much sense, but as far as I know, that's what people figured out. Phantom Kamaitachi also used to give you 10 seconds of Huton. So maybe they broke EOS while they changed that. Maybe they broke it while working on Beastmaster. Yep, Phantom Kamaitachi gave you 10 seconds of Huton. They just removed it. You're like, anything's possible, but like, if we're going to try and figure, like, if we're going to find a reason why EOS's Embrace suddenly broke with the release of Dawn Trail, the best place to look, I would say, like, if we're actually trying to figure out where it happened, for whatever reason, is Well, what other pet actions got changed in Dawn Trail? Phantom Kamaitachi. Living Shadow got changed. You know, technically these got buffed. There was a new pet added. But like, there's a bunch of options. So we could come up with an argument as to how it broke in Dawn Trail. No worries, Jake. Glad to have you. And yeah, exactly. Beastmaster could also be like the smoking gun answer. But whatever the case, we know right now that Embrace is bugged. Anyway, we're calling to Cat Damon in the studio. Did you figure something out with the summoner summons? Emian says, why do people keep saying that supplication is slightly worse than divine might, Holy Spirit? It's the same potency. Probably because before level 94, supplication is actually... Well, yeah, before level 94, supplication is weaker than Holy Spirit. Before level 94. So that is a possibility. And technically, Holy Spirit is ranged and supplication is not. So, Holy Spirit is better because it does more. And also that, supplication also does not heal you. But in terms of raw potency, at level 94 they're the same. In damage. And nothing else. For burst window. Yeah, there it starts to get weird, Emir, because if you have the time to use supplication and one more thing, then you would want to use supplication and sepulture, not supplication and Holy Spirit. Which one is supplication? The second step of the atonement combo. That was a long test, Cat. Did you do the entire dungeon? Ah, okay. But that is an interesting conversation, Perrin. Whether Summoner is also bugged. And honestly, on the one hand, I don't think it's bugged. On the other hand, I wouldn't be surprised if it was. If it is bugged, then that of course explains some of the damage that Summoner is missing. But I just find it so unlikely, simply because... like, the pet damage numbers are so in your face that it's so... I can't believe that they would miss that. Like, I could understand why the Embrace thing would be, like, missed, but... they added a trait in Dawn Trail. Like, it's more understandable if Embrace bugged out in Dawn Trail and they didn't notice. Because it's like it's an old trait, they weren't looking at Embrace. But this is something where you actually had it. It says, I found footage of down-synced Endwalker Scholar in Vanaspati, and Embrace was doing 2.4k heals there. The trait was probably working back there. That is clear evidence that it used to work, yes. That was like... I don't know if you heard that, but that was exactly the number that I was aiming for. Like I said, it has to heal for 2.4k, and it didn't. That is bugged. What have you found, Cat? Is this trait also bugged? I mean, yeah, someone discovered that Embrace, this trait, does not actually work on Embrace or Seraphic Veil, the Summon Seraph thing. So you just don't get a 20% potency boost to Embrace. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The summoners are onto something. The pets are bugged, guys. The pets are bugged. This is in Yuhagatumo. This is in Wokozomo. There should have been like a 14% gain there. But there just isn't. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. Does that one of its effects Living Shadow? Huh. That one would be a lot hard, maybe harder to test. Especially because Living Shadow has various potency gains. So which one do you test? All of them? That's not good. Should I test with Living... Should I test Living Shadow? I mean, you're welcome to, Cat. There's just a lot of levels to check, I think. At level... Like, you would... Like, if you'd want to be sure, you'd have to, like, test level 86 and 88. Then you'd potentially have to test again at level 90. And then again at, like, comparing level 98 to 100. But because it's various attacks that are changed, like, the question is, like, at level 86 to 88, there's a potency gain across the board for Living Shadows. That's the key one. If that doesn't work, then there's a problem. Then there's an attack that gets replaced. If that doesn't work, like if it's not doing more damage, there's a problem. And then there's this one, which replaces another attack. But the key is at this level, all of the attacks should do the same damage. But that is interesting. And weird. Likely that all of them are bugged? Well, we don't know. But that would also explain something for Dark Knights, right? But that's bad. It could just be Arcanist things. But there's also the argument, Zav, that the things that bugged out are specifically pet things and are not like Arcanist things. It's Summoner and Scholar things. So there might something to be generally bugged about pets. Weird. Is Earthly Star safe from the bug? I don't think Earthly Star received any potency boosts ever. Nope. So it would be unaffected because its potency never got buffed in the first place. Like, the bug is, it seems that there are traits that boost the potency of attacks that don't work on pets. But you know, that's the funny thing as well, Necrophits, is that when we talked about, I think it was yesterday? Was it the day before? The suggestion that Embrace was bugged, and we saw that yes, it is bugged. We were like, I think Strahd said, I hope they don't fix it because Scholar doesn't need that buff. Like, they don't need that help right now. When was all this figured out? Like a few days ago. Someone posted about it on the official forums. And then when it was posted in the Discord server, I went and tested it immediately. I was like, yes, that's correct, it's bugged. And now we've had Cat test Summon as well. It's also bugged. How strange. What's also strange is taking an hour to talk about this huge side quest in our Extreme Countdown stream, right? Weird. Maybe I should do a video on this. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? You can post about Summon on the official forum. Well, you know, Kat, the way that I share my findings is I make a video. And I put a big Mythbuster tag on it, usually. Which extremes did you beat and how many people? Well, we can take that summary. That's a good way to round it up. First, we went to Bismarck. And we got it down to 3 players and full echo. Although it does seem like we could probably make it with 15% echo if we don't mess it up. We had a warrior, a gunbreaker, and an astrologian, and I was the astrologian. Then we went to Ravana. And there we also got it down to 3 players and full echo. There I think we actually needed it. But we had a warrior, a samurai, and a scholar. So, yeah. Both very fun, both done in one lockout. But with that said, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it. Then YouTube system tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream. You'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much for the support. And if you'd like to join the Discord community server, remember that you can do exactly that and see more of the people in the chat or me. You'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the following days, such as Sage Guide. And if you go to you can also see the announcement room and see links to streams and videos when they come out. And if you go to the roll assignments room and grab the reminder roll, you will get a notification when I post about them, and also about 15 minutes before stream starts, because that's a little bit more time sensitive. And finally, if you would like to support the channel more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat stuff. And if you don't like all of that, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all helps support me and the channel directly, so that I can focus on doing weird stuff like all of this for all of you. So thank you all so much for the support. I think that is everything from me then. So, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.